fencing of conditional grants, which was one of the critical areas that we were actually supposed to focus on. It's now history to say we are under Section 63 of the Water Services Act. The WISC grant has been taken away to the implementing agents, being Uthukela Water. They are the one who will then be able to implement projects for Uthukela. Under MIG, we are under cost reimbursement, so which means we do the work, they do the verification of the work done on the ground, we invoice, they will get some invoice, we prepare reports for the payment by DCOG, then Treasury will then do the transfer. So it's much easier for us to ensure that those grants are injected towards the right direction or towards where it is actually due. Failure to prevent unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure, which is one matter. It's now history, Honorable Chair, to mention that we have been able to write off at least more than 1.1 million rands that we have been able to write off through proper investigation that has been conducted, being led by our MPEC, and we believe that we've managed to turn the corner. One then understand that what will then happen now, the next question might be, with the high irregular expenditure unauthorized, what have you done? Being the accounting officer of Uthukela. One critical matter that one needs to raise is that certain officials were subjected to the hearing. The SM manager who was actually with us as Uthukela decided then during the process to resign. The revenue manager of Uthukela, the former CFO, was also subjected to the disciplinary processes. So this is, we're trying to paint a picture that we do not just go on, investigate and write off, but what is more important is that how to then ensure that you prevent the recurring of the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So these are the processes that we have done in terms of ensuring that at least we discipline those officials, together with the officials from the supply chain management section. Maybe 4 to 5 of them, they've been subjected to the disciplinary process as well. Insufficient evidence available to prove that contracted service procured were received. We have introduced the job cards and the good received note and asset replacement form to ensure that we deal with the issue that was also raised. And it's proving us right that to ensure that at least we keep track of the work that has been done by the service providers. Electricity, Eskom electricity expenditure consumed, not verified. We had a very long engagements with the Eskom on the very same matter, because we were actually in agreement. Because when you check with other municipalities in terms of their findings, in 3 or 4 municipalities, this is not a finding to them, but to us as Uthukela, it's a finding. So we believe then this will then be the thing of the past for the AG to raise the very same matter. But the engagements, we're still going to have those engagements with an aim of ensuring that we put this matter to rest. Differences noted in calculation of water losses. We've established or changed the methodology of doing the calculations. I think it's also important for me to mention that we have the rest of the positions in the unity were then prioritized during the mid-year, which then one must also mention that we've also appointed a person responsible for the water use efficiency at a managerial level. And we believe that previously we were using a consultant, and we believe that the right way to correct things is to have a person who's competent enough in-house to ensure that at least you turn things around. From now onwards, we've started to do the monthly water losses calculation, which will then be able to assist us to identify the gaps that needs then to be tightened up. Revenue services charges not completely disclosed in the AFS. A full investigation was conducted on this one of 225 accounts raised by the Auditor General. And we believe this will then be a thing of the past because even the full reconciliation, which has also been performed, and the revenue management has also been strengthened on monthly reconciliation processes. Revenue not billed to consumers as consumption was estimated to 0. The following corrective actions will then be taken on before the 30th of June, or not before the 30th of June 2026. Conduct a full investigation in all active accounts with no billing activity, because that was our main focus. Perform complete reconciliations between the active consumers and billing records. Review and update all active accounts, statuses and billing configurations. Reconcile prepaid conversion accounts in billing records monthly. So these are the management actions to ensure that we deal with the predicament that we're actually facing under revenue. It's also important for me to mention that most issues that were raised by the AG were under revenue section, which normally in most municipalities that are water service provider, water service authority, are really a problem. So the progress to date review indicate that these accounts were billed at zero due to various reasons, including inaccessible meters. But at the end of the day, what is more important is that we need to deal with the issue of faulty meters, to change them so that we can be able to bill our consumers correctly. The performance of service providers is not monitored. This was also raised. I think we've started a process of ensuring that underperforming suppliers are suspended or blacklisted. We normally have this item under contracted service providers at our main level, so that we can be able to keep track of the performance of those service providers. So we've developed the template and it is monitored by the senior management of Uthukela. So these are the matters that one has then decided then to focus on, which were then the main focus on our audit report for 2024-2025. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Honourable members, this is your chance to ask questions. I've got Honourable Twala, Honourable Kika, and Honourable Ngadi, Honourable Kunene. Are there any other honourable members on the virtual platform? None. All right, Honourable Twala.
Yes, there is, Chair, but I just can't, it's not, my app is giving me problems raising my hand. Oh, I've done it now. Thank you.
All right, Honourable Basiela, we'll put you down as number 5. Please proceed, Honourable Twala.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, let me greet my colleagues, the fellow honourable members as support staff, and greet the political leadership of Uthukela, led by Nkosi Sizwe, Sitas Bingelele, and also the management of that municipality, led by the municipal manager, the Cogta leadership and staff. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity once again. But maybe, Chair, one will start by ukubonga ukuthi the leadership of Uthukela is here. After there were hiccups in our first meeting, and also sibonga ukuthi even the mayor is recovered. As I alluded to the committee, that we mustn't be seen to be insensitive, because anyone can get sick anytime. But thank you that they finally honored the meeting today. I don't have much to say, Chair, but listening from the Cogta presentation and listening to what the MM was presenting, I happened to pick up that there are some material findings that they will resolve 6 out of the 4. I'm saying there were 6, 4 of those were resolved. So it's good that it shows that their hands are on the deck. The leadership is there to see to it that they attend to certain issues. But one thing that I'm really impressed on is from the presentation of the municipal manager is the issue of consequence management. I think we've met a number of municipalities. It's lacking. And I'm also impressed with the tracking of the underperforming service providers. That is a very good thing. Soldier on. We hope others can also take cue and from the good things that you are doing. I won't fundraise issues that are here, not there. But the good thing must be commended. That is done by the municipality to ensure that they also attend to the issue of irregular expenditure. I heard that the SCM was before the DC committee. That is very good because people do as they please in a number of municipalities and there are no consequences on whatever that has happened wrong in that particular municipality. I think the leadership is hands-on on ensuring that they attend to these issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Twala. Honourable Kika.
Thank you, Chairperson. I stand on the same protocol that you established at the beginning and eloquently presented by the Honourable Twala just now. So, yes, you are a whip, sir. And you can see that you were a whip at some point. So thank you very much for that. Madam Chairperson, I am a guest in your portfolio today. So I will accept reprimand should I be out of order. As my colleagues know, I generally am. Because I was expecting that there might be, like some other committees, an interrogatory method, but I see from the proceedings that they are not. The notes that I had prepared were in that nature, so I'm going to try and reconfigure it in my mind to deal with it. But I other than the reports that were presented here, and one would have had an opportunity, one to have some time to look at the presentations in a little bit of depth, more than what we are looking at in terms of the briefness of or the brevity of the presentations. So I will start by making a remark, and my first remark is that it is wonderful to see a plan. What it mustn't be is a plan about a plan. Because this municipality, as we've heard, has had 7 qualified audits successively. What I'm worried about from the presentations as they appeared today and from the documentations given to us, and given that there has been progress, we may be in line for the 8th one. Because I don't see from the surface of it or the face of it that it is moving fast enough to produce an unqualified audit. And there are a number of things that one needs to consider in that direction. So if we look at it, there are no particular plans. I mean, the MM is telling us about what has happened to officials. So one is consequence management. One would expect that we would have heard about what those consequence management processes were in very particular cases. So I'll tell you why I'm not particularly impressed by that. Because telling us, maybe he can give us more detail. So, and that will change that view. So you're telling us that there is this person, that person, the other person who has been investigated, has been through a process. But it doesn't build enough consequence to say that, look, this person has been charged in terms of a breach of the MFMA for this particular reason. So even if somebody has resigned, we need to look at the possibility of what legal standing or what availability there is in law to pursue people who resign. So I served as a councillor a long time ago and on MPAC, so I might be rusty with municipal law, but the PFMA provides for that. And we are, whilst in a section 132 of the MFMA hearing, in terms of the accountability lines of following the money, this is empowered furthermore by the PFMA. So we need to get that kind of something tangible, something that we can say, look, this builds confidence. The fellow was caught, he was locked up, or he's charged. And if there are disciplinary cases, if we can get an indication of when these disciplinary cases might conclude. Because it is very easy to hear about people who commit these crimes in inverted commas and then simply just resign. And there are a particular couple of examples. If we look at breaches of the MFMA section 62, section 60, where one of the issues that residents significantly have an issue with in that municipality is water. I say this because I'm a son-in-law of the municipality. My father-in-law comes from there. I'm there regularly. So you have your assets control register, the issue of your pumps and motors worth 27 million rands that are not properly barcoded or managed properly. You have contraventions in terms of invoices and handing over of invoices. The criminal liability that is required of you as part of the municipal safeguards, and again it's section 1731A of the MFMA. There's no mention of it, so perhaps you can tell us about that. In terms of the unauthorized expenditure, I heard that the presentation said that you are down to around 22 million rands from your reported 86.7 million rands that were overspent on contract services for pumps and pipelines, for example. And these were double what were approved by your council. So it's things like that that worry me. UIFW, that was where it again came down in the report by Cogta, but it was standing at 1.314 billion rands. Again, where were the consequences for this kind of over expenditure? Who was responsible? How did the municipal manager oversee this? What was he doing? Why wasn't there somebody paying attention to this as the accounting officer? You need to tell us these things. 137 million rands. There was a High Court order that was concluded with the council. That is another MFMA section 33 breach. Installments, you'll see from the report that was presented just a little bit earlier. You are not paying departments, for example. And in particular, there was a contract where you failed to comply with a payment to your RASP consultants on agreed installments that triggered a massive, how can I put it, punitive action against yourselves. I'd like to hear a little bit about that. Your grant funding, can you tell us a little bit about your grant funding?
Honorable Kika?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to please round it up. You'll get a second chance.
Will I?
Yes, you will. You will get a second chance, but we want to give all members a chance.
Okay, I'll come to the grant funding.
Members, I prefer that you ask direct questions so we're able to get direct answers just for the sake of time. We could give everyone a chance.
I'll stop there.
Thank you, Honorable Kika. Thank you for understanding. Honorable Ngadi?
No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Chair. Mbingelele Inkosi Yesizwe Mshengo, Mayor Kwamkhandlu District, the leadership yonke khona yothukela ngibingelele Mr. Chile as well as your management team, the leadership, honorable members, your portfolio ngiyabingelela nonke as well as our administrators. No chair, one nje ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi i-presentation yakho yinhle mesilalela it is convincing. Nakuba nje ningena nje yazi ngicabanga kunenye imetha ekuyavela ku social media ukuthi kuvele wafika umphakathi waseTsekane wavela wajijela udaka othukela ngiyacabanga ukuthi kanti kwenzakalani othukela kodwa ke uma usupresenta kubona sengathi ke ikhona i-green right. But I have a question. Having received the presentation ukuthi how you would you then justify receiving qualified audit opinion for 7 consecutive years? Despite the repeated recommendation from OAG to strengthen internal controls, surely there is a problem. And my question that I will ask you after that, what is the relationship between the council and the administration? I think that one is very important because seemingly there is something that is not right one way or the other, because the council plays an oversight to what is being done by the management. They don't interfere, but the council take the resolution to be implemented by the management. Ngiyafisa nje ukusithi usinike just insight, a relationship amongst ourselves, could be or the mayor, because we were very worried, Mayor, when we got there in our previous attempt for a hearing when we got there at Uthukela. Our reality was to see only management without councillors, in particular the leadership of the institution. Well, we received an apology for Inkosi Umshengo, which we accepted it, but we were like in limbo about the rest of the other councillors who were supposed to be in that hearing, of which there is something which is not right. Kukhona nje abantu abangawuthatha umsebenzi wabo seriously one way or the other. Hlamane siyafisa nje ukuthola nje mayor ukusithi ukusipha, because asikwazi ukuthi kunganezinkinga ezingaka esiqhamuke ethukela esizithola kodwa lezi zinkinga uthought no everything is well. But it's good when Mr. Chile is presenting. I was even asked by colleagues, how long has Mr. Chile has been at the municipality, and I'm told you have been there for like 2 years, you know, and said no, at least we have a green light if I hear a presentation, but ikona into engekho right that you need to tell us as this portfolio so that we can be able to assist as the province. And also, I don't know, there is something that has been cited by SG, that there was a project, I think it's called Langkloof plant, that was meant to have been built at the municipality. And apparently, when you started, you had to build that Langkloof, and there were no funds. And I'm asking my questions, how do you plan? How do you plan? Because before you even implement the project, you first allocate a budget for that particular financial year. Now, as you move, then you say imalaiko. What do you then respond? What will then the community say? I-community izothi nidlile imali. Uyabona? Mhlawumbe ngiyafisa usinike nje just indication with regards to that. Honorable Chair, I just want to hold for now, since you're going to give us another round, maybe the rest of the other questions, because I've got 7 of them. I'll come back again. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gadi. Honorable Kunene.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. Greetings to Inkosi Esizwe, who is the Mayor of Uthukela District, and the Honorable Deputy Mayor, Municipal Manager, and senior management officials, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Cogta led by Dr. Krishnan. Well, I just wish to echo the sentiments expressed by Honorable Twala in appreciating the audit action plan response that the municipal manager has tabled in front of us today. Really, if it is implemented in full, it will take the municipality out of the problems that it is facing, which we really appreciate it. We just need comfort in terms of the concerns raised through the Cogta presentation in terms of the going concern issues that are facing the municipality, the issue of how do we come out of the unfunded budget, but one just hopes that the audit action plan that has been tabled will actually assist us to realize that. Having received a report that the MPAC has been able to ensure that so much UIFW is written off through its investigation, the worry that one has is the 20-odd million rand UIFW that has been reported by Cogta. Because as we do this good work, we should ensure that no more UIFW is incurred through the internal controls that are effective within the organization. And lastly, one appreciates the reduction of government departments owing the municipality, because it is very important that all government departments do actually pay so that the municipality is able to render the services it is supposed to. We just need to ensure that those that are still remaining are pressurized to pay, because when they pay, they assist in the funding of the municipality so that it is able to have a budget that is funded. Just one is concerned in terms of what immediately can be done to take the municipality out of the situation of having an unfunded budget. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kunene. Let's move on to Honorable Basiela on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to the team, the Mayor and the team from the Uthukela Municipality. Greetings to Cogta and to members. Chair, I am covered by the questions and the contributions by Honorable Twala, Honorable Kika, Honorable Mgadi, and Honorable Kunene. So the only the question that I have basically is that any turnaround strategy to be successful must be rooted in dealing with consequence measures from the UIFW expenditure and a whole lot of other problems which exist in that municipality. And the daily struggles of people are really rooted in water. How does this municipality guarantee a turnaround strategy if there is no consequence management? And we want the questions to be answered. What? Give us the list, or give us the data on or who were whether people were identified as being, or officials, including tenderpreneurs and politicians, were identified as those responsible for the failure of specifically water. Households and rural schools and many other people go without water for days at a time. Schools have to close when there is no water. No wonder the youth unemployment rate is 60%, and poverty is a huge problem in that area. So we'd like to have that list of people who face disciplinary action. And also the same question I had for other municipalities: has there been a single cent recovered from any of the action taken in these disciplinary hearings regarding the UIFW expenses? And then I'll take questions on the second round, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Basiela. Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ngiyakhuleka kwenkosi yesizwe. Ngibingelele Deputy Mayor. Ngibingelele bonke abakhona. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think we are singing from the same hymn to say that we do appreciate the presence of Uthukela. And I believe it's very much fair to say that today we can do the business of the days because the political leadership is with us. Otherwise, the responses that you are getting today are the same responses that we were going to receive last time. It's only that we only wanted the accountability on the side of political heads. Siyabonga kakhulu Nkosi yesizwe nako Deputy Mayor ukuthi nikhona. Maybe firstly I was very much unhappy seeing the delegation with no women earlier on. When the lady came, when two ladies came, at least there was that comfort. I was hoping that you will bring at least the speaker so that as women we are represented from Uthukela district. But I can see that she was invited because she had to come that day to close the spaces because men were not there. Hence, from my side, I insisted that she must not be part of the meeting, which she was not supposed to be part to. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for making sure that Uthukela is with us today. Listening to the presentation by the MM, we are positive. We are very much positive, and we are encouraged by some of the things he mentioned. Ours is to see the municipality working. That's all, nothing personal. So listening to his presentation, you can see that there is work that is happening. So we are fine as this committee. But Chairperson, I'm having a challenge with the whole presentation of Cogta. Cogta is the one responsible for supporting the municipalities. So if some of the challenges that are raised point back to them, then the question is, who's supposed to be assisting these municipalities? They are acting. Staff complement in Uthukela is sick. And what is the role of Cogta to that effect? Uthukela went in as far as borrowing money from the two municipalities, which is in Nkoslang Albalele and Alfred Dome. Where was Cogta and its role? Where was Cogta at that moment before they even go out? Cogta is supposed to be assisting this municipality. So in as much as we hear the presentation, but I strongly feel that Cogta has a role to play. If this municipality was attended earlier, we wouldn't be where we are today. So Cogta must do what is expected of them. They can't come here njengomhloli esesifike naye esikoleni sesibona isikole ukuthi asihambi kahle kodwa singaphansi kwakhe. So they must do their work. But because I'm also from Uthukela, I just want to raise a few issues. Of course, the one of paying the municipalities. Do you have a plan? If you can share that with us. But I still insist, Cogta should have come in before you even go to the municipalities. Cogta bafanele uncedise before kuze kufike lapho. Because if you take funds from Ilanga Libalele, what about us, residents of Ilanga Libalele? If you take from Alfred Duma, what about the residents of Alfred Duma? Yet there is Cogta on top. That would be my first one. Then on issues that I strongly feel that if I don't raise them, the people of where I come from will fight me. Since I know they are online, a number of them. The issues of water in Ward 10, Ward 11, and Ward 12 at Bergville. Can they be assisted? The issue of area of Ikana Walk, Msuluzi, Ndulwani. They are having a challenge with water, and I'm having a challenge to say, how do you pay this, or how do you monitor the water supply on those areas? If you can just share that with us. For now, I think my questions were more on the side of Cogta. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser. At this time, I'll just consolidate some of the questions that the members have asked so you'll be able to answer more clearly. So I think the main question across all members was the issue of consequence management. And I said that earlier. We have to ascertain the difference between an activity and an outcome. For instance, huge amounts were written off. And I'm told now that the impact committee is functioning. But as members raised, what was the consequence? Who was held accountable for the huge amounts of UIFW that was written off? That is a very, very important point. We need to understand were there any Section 106 investigations? What were the outcomes of those? And I think also very importantly, Honorable Gadi, you raised the issue of the relationship between the council and the administration. And one has to wonder, 7 consecutive years in a row, this municipality has had a qualified audit with findings, and you now find yourself in a distressed position. What were the councillors in this municipality doing? What is it? The UIFW, I think it's over R1 billion. So one has to wonder, was this council meeting? Were councillors performing their role of oversight? Were they raising issues? How often was this council meeting? Were councillors posing questions in terms of all of these issues that led you to where you are right now? I think that's a very important understanding that we need to gain so that we understand how you got here over 7 years in spite of being under Section 139 intervention, 154, national Cogta, making input, provincial Cogta, Premier making input, There's been a lot of assistance, and yet even under so much of assistance, the municipality has deteriorated. And so we really need to understand what is going on there. And I think Honorable Kunene raised a very important question. What needs to happen now in order to take you out from where you are right now into a better position? I understand that one of the requirements was that you needed to pass a funded budget. Just looking at my notes, Minister Shlabisa, Premier Ntuli, and other governmental leaders intervened in January this year. And the requirements were, number one, that you fill the CFO position, that you adopt a funded and credible budget, and you discontinue unfunded budgeting, and you reduce non-essential expenditure and strengthen the financial discipline. Now, I know that I heard that Dr. Krishnan mentioned that you have reduced the non-essential expenditure. If you could please give us some figures around that. And I think the question that Honorable Kunene raised about coming out of this position that you are in right now, a lot of the remedial actions I've noted in the report have been moved to 2027. So I'm just wondering, what happens from now up until then? What action are you going to take? How are you going to sustain yourself and keep yourself afloat? And perhaps Cogta can come in there, because Honorable Fraser raised a very important point. What has Cogta been doing all this time? What oversight and support, and where has been the challenge or the disconnect that a municipality would receive so much of support and oversight but still find themselves in this particular position? Same with Honorable Basiela, consequence management and your turnaround strategy. They've raised the issue of water, and Honorable Fraser raised the issues of the particular wards and the water. And we know that there is an intervention in terms of water, so we want to understand what is going on there. And I think for us as a portfolio committee, this municipality came in the spotlight when we joined National Cogta, and we found out that your bank accounts were frozen and that RASP, there had been a RASP dispute and they were not paid. There was a payment arrangement and they were not paid. So we want to understand why they were not paid and why this had occurred. I do understand that the matter has now been rectified, but who was responsible for that, for the non-payment? If we could understand that, and to what level has this matter been rectified? Is it really indeed been rectified? Is there some court challenge? Or just explain to us so that we have an understanding. Members, I'll leave it there. We'll take the answers from the department and then we'll go a second round. Over to you. Let's have Dr. Krishnan first. Would you like to go first? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the honourable members for the questions and the comments. I think from our side as Cogta, we have certainly walked the path with Uthukela District. We have been supporting on all aspects in terms of financial management, guidance and advice, review of financial statements. We have supported impact, but as we indicated, there was at one stage some level of political instability and the impact was not sitting, and therefore we could not get the UIFW addressed and adopted and approved by councils in terms of the recommendations that needed to be taken forward. We have seen, as we indicated, a slight improvement in that regard. We had also worked with the former MM and the CFO. And as you have heard from the accounting officer, the CFO was subjected to disciplinary action. And a lot of the advices that were given by Cogta were not actually implemented. You'll appreciate, and the MM I'm sure will attest to the fact that we actually sat in meetings with the accounting officer and management team on a regular basis to address issues. But as you walk away, implementation obviously is left to the relevant manager and the junior staff. I also want to indicate that the Technical Services Director has since changed as well. And since that change, we are seeing that there is a greater focus on planning and implementation and better management of the infrastructure programs within the municipality. So, you know, we can, as Cogta, provide guidance and advice consistently, continuously, but there has to be a responsiveness and there has to be an implementation by the relevant officials in the municipality. The change in administration also sometimes takes you back, and that's where we found ourselves. I think we will continue to support, we will continue to provide guidance and advice to municipalities. Sometimes we do it hands-on, sitting in meetings, in council meetings, in the impact meetings in particular, and we hope that there will be an improvement. Part of the reason also that you will not get a faster pace of implementation and progress is the lack of funding. So to a large extent, the infrastructure and service delivery challenges, and I'm sure His Worship the Mayor and the MM will respond to the specific project questions, but to a large extent, the funding is not necessarily adequate to ensure full implementation of projects. And whilst we know that we can with MIG, plan for 3 years, even then, the funding availability for large-scale investment in major projects is not necessarily always timelessly available. As indicated by the MM, also DWS had not made an allocation to Uthukela Water on the WSIG grant for 2 years ago. So all of that impacts on the municipality's ability to implement adequately the service delivery responses. And understanding also that there are numerous legacy issues in terms of the projects as well as the payment issues and illegal connections. So we have made slow progress, I would agree, but I think from our point of view, we would rather be slow and steady than fast and trip ourselves over as well. Of course, if we had more funding, that would certainly assist. Treasury has also provided extensive support. And when we go to municipalities, we sometimes go together. But Treasury, in terms of its mandate on the funded budget, we had numerous engagements with them on the methodology to determine the funding of the budget as well.
Dr. Krishnan, I'm going to just interject there. And the reason why I'm doing that, honorable members, is for the sake of time. Because the questions we ask, we need to have them directly answered. And the question relating to consequence management, there was disciplinary action taken, but what transpired? Where is that CFO? What action was taken? Those are the kind of things we need to understand, not just that there was disciplinary action. And then I do understand that you are mentioning that there have been challenges, but this municipality was taken out of Section 139. So I'm trying to understand where in the timeline was the CFO, was disciplinary action taken against the CFO, and why it had taken such a long time. Because the department was obviously satisfied when you obviously made recommendations to the executive to remove this municipality out of the Section 139. We just need to understand, as much as you are saying that there is slow progress in terms of making a turnaround, our concern is right now what's happening on the ground. For residents in a municipality to take feces and throw at the offices of the administration is a very serious matter. So as members, we have to ask the right questions to get the right answers on behalf of communities. And so we need to understand, as much as you're saying slow progress is what you prefer, we want to know how can this municipality make a turnaround as soon as possible, especially in the area of water, because we do understand that that is a challenge as well. So if you could just take us through the discipline issue.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just on the timeline of the 139. I think it was the tail end of the 139 where the CFO was then taken to disciplinary action. The other element is that the 139 had very specific triggers, and two triggers in particular that led to the municipality being under Section 139 was one, the element of the financial viability, and two, the element of service delivery and the community discontent, as you've indicated. Now, the vehicle, whether 139 or 154 is more appropriate, can be argued, but the bottom line is that the province has an obligation to provide intent support to municipalities. And if we just left those two triggers on, then this and a few other municipalities would have remained under Section 139 into perpetuity. And we have been criticized for having had 139s for a long period of time, and primarily because of the financial turnaround, which is not a 1 to 2 year program. Sometimes a financial turnaround might take you 5 to 8 years, and so that decision by the Provincial Executive Council, not just in relation to Uthukela, but in relation to many other provinces, other municipalities in the province, was based on the leadership understanding that we should intensify support because we have a role to play, rather than using 139 as a punitive or last resort measure to deal with municipalities. And it's a similar mechanism that was debated and argued in the courts as well, with precedent nationally. And that is why we now have the Section 139 interventions legislation that has come through to improve the system as well. So if I can just leave that there, Chair, on that. And then on the consequence management, as Cogta, we have an obligation in terms of the Municipal Systems Act to monitor the performance and the performance agreements, as well as then the consequence management in relation to Section 56 and the Section 56 manager. However, it is not Cogta that is responsible for implementing disciplinary action because it falls within the ambit of an employer-employee relationship. So in relation to senior management and the accounting officer, it is the municipal council that needs to act. And then when the action was taken against the CFO, there's a notification to ourselves and to National Cogta for that CFO to be placed on the database of DCOG, which deals with issues of consequence management. So that in terms of our role as far as consequence management goes is what is required of us in the law, and that's the monitoring. Of course, we do engage with the management from time to time, and advice is sought and given, and so on. But at the end of the day, the final decision is taken by the council and the accounting officer based on firm advice. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, according to the Auditor General, there has been inadequate accountability and consequence management as a recurring root cause. And I hear you, Dr. Krishnan, say that some of the issues or most of the issues in this municipality is going to be resolved or is not able to be resolved because of inadequate budget. But here we find 1.314 billion of UIFW expenditure. So is an additional budget going to be the actual solution for a turnaround in this municipality? That, I think, is the million-dollar question. And I would like an honest answer in regards to this.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think the 1.31 billion UIFW is for multiple reasons. I think one needs to break it down into what portion of that was unauthorized. And to a large extent, the municipality had spent money on significantly on repairs and maintenance. In fact, if you look at the report, the repairs and maintenance budget was overspent by 99%. So it was 199% overspent in 24-25. And that would have been unauthorized expenditure. because of the fact that the municipality hadn't budgeted enough for repairs and maintenance and then overspent on that particular line item. So expenditure over the budgeted amount is problematic, and part of that would have also been your overtime costs, your related operational costs to deal with that. Yes, we can argue the planning is an issue, and so on. The other element of the irregular expenditure was largely contracts, long-term contracts, that then recurred over the multiple years, and those have been addressed to some degree. Some of them continue. The Auditor General will tell you that you need a council resolution to condone that and to deal with it, and you need to notify the National Treasury. So those processes occur. And then SCM non-compliance. And as indicated by the accounting officer, the SCM manager has been disciplined and is no longer in the municipality. So from that point of view, the UIFW has led to these particular consequence management issues and action by the municipality. Of course, we have to trust, Chair, that with this consequence management, the new administration and leadership is going to act responsibly. We cannot, I think, say on the basis of the historical actions and behaviors of others that we cannot invest in this municipality. You've also heard the MM say that they are now on a cost recovery basis with DCOG. So the grant money is not transferred directly into the account of the municipality in advance as it normally would be. It is actually only paid to the municipality on presentation of invoices and invoices which are validated.
Okay.
So those mechanisms and controls assist us. Thank you, Chair.
If you could move on to Honourable Fraser's questions relating to the water in Ward 10, 11 and 12.
Chair, I think that would be for the municipality.
All right, let's leave that to the municipality. Perhaps you can comment on the question raised by Honourable Ngadi. What is your understanding of the relationship between the council and the administration?
Thank you, Chair. I think currently I'm of the view that there is a good relationship between the new administration, probably 2 years old, and the council. I think previously, historically, there were challenges. I'm not sure whether the right advices were given to council or whether council was not taking the advice, but there was a disjuncture between the administration and council previously. But as we say, it has improved. And I think, and I've also highlighted the fact that even impact was dysfunctional. So there was a degree of internal political instability, which has stabilized. And that has been our assessment as Cogta. We, on a quarterly basis, assess the functionality of councils by looking at whether councils are sitting, whether they're meeting, whether they're addressing issues on their agendas, and taking decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we move on to the municipality to answer those specific questions that you've raised, I think, honourable members, one of our resolutions needs to be a detailed report of the disciplinary action that has taken place in this municipality. Detailed consequence management. We need to understand who was held accountable for what and so on, and also a report on the Section 106 investigations for this particular municipality. We need a clear understanding of that. You have a question, Honourable Fraser? Please do. Please add to that.
Yes, thank you, Chair. While Cogta will be giving us reasons, I think an important point was made by your good self when you were saying they decided to go to the cabinet and change the status of Uthukela, Cogta. So I think we need a report to that effect. What made them to take it to the cabinet and change the status of the municipality? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll need that report as well. Please take note of that. Reasoning from Cogta. Honourable Kika?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, so that the point is not lost. You raised 106. The Section 106 investigations or matters that Cogta deals with in terms of what comes from the accounting officer, if we can just get an indication of how many they are dealing with from the respective municipality at the moment.
Respond.
Sihlalo walo ulonduzana uCogta eWiflow. Ngifuna ukuchecka nje, I'm not sure there were UIFW that were written off by council. I did not hear Cogta mentioning whether those were investigated before they get written off. If she can elaborate on that one. That's all I needed
To respond to. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe the latter question first. Yes, the investigations were undertaken prior to Council considering a write-off. And then in relation to the Section 106 investigations, is that in relation to just Uthukela or all municipalities, Chair?
Chair, we here dealing with Uthukela at the moment.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Chair, I don't have that information available at this point in time, but we will undertake to provide a written report to the committee. Thank you.
All right, I'm a little bit taken aback with that, but that's fine. You can give us a written report in that regard. And then we're going to move on to Your Worship. Any question that you are not able to answer, you could just delegate someone in your team. Please. So just to refresh your memory.
Okay. No,
You've got it down.
Yes.
Excellent.
It's
Please
only
proceed.
that while I was serving in this legislature, these gadgets were not here, so we're used to raise hands. But now I have to press the button. But pardon me for that. Mhlamba ngiqale ngomhlonishwa Honorable Twala, when you were just raising your points, appreciating the work that municipality is doing. Some time back, few seconds, I used to sit in this legislature, the portfolio committees that I used to serve on. When we called municipalities, the aim was to get mistakes. But things have changed now. For the first time I hear the legislature thanking the municipality. I appreciate that, which means we're on the right track now. The time has passed to search for mistakes, but we must assist each other. The question raised by Honorable Umgadi about relationship phakathi administration as well as council or councillors. Yes, it's good. But good does not mean we are friends. Good means we are doing what we are expected to do, what we are supposed to do. The reason why we have the new CFO is because councillors are doing their work. We want work done. So that is why the CFO is no longer there. The reason why we have a new technical director is because we wanted work done. Owayekhona phambilini sasifuna umsebenzi wagcina uhluleka ukuthi umsebenzi ube khona. Then okwethu ukuthi if you can't produce, it's either you ship in or ship out. That's the way we are dealing with the officials. Ukhulume ngokushoda kwamanzi, Honorable Fraser, and nale huge amount e-UIFW. Mhlamba ke nginithathe nje nginibeke esithombeni so that ngelinye ilanga you'll have the understanding when people are asking, then you'll be able to respond to them. It's unfortunate that Cecilia Emiratsburg, if this meeting is Slale Uthukela, then I was going to request that we take a tour to our water treatment plants. Just one, which is linked to what we have asked the Babungati, why such a good presentation by MM and Cogta, but people baqhubeke bayofaka udaga, the term you used, bayothela udaga to the municipality, then usihlalo said feces. I'm not too sure that was feces or mud. Sihambile nabo community members came to Uthukela last week complaining about water as it used to be. Then I said, keep on explaining one and the same thing, people which are not understanding. It's better that we take them to the plant so that they can observe for themselves. Masifika ke kuleya plant. Asasihamba nabo baxolisa bathi we made a mistake ngokuthi we keep on lambasting you as leadership. In reality, it's a disaster that we have Uthukela. The water treatment plant yethu, where it is abstracting water, A2 is just getting water direct from the river. Angazi ikhandwe kanjani. Shuthi ipipe elidonsa amanzi, la donswa amaphampu, liwadonsa direct from the river esizibeni. Kwakukuhleke some time back because it was built in 1957. Ngesikhathi kuqhubeka isikhathi ngenxa yekhukhula nange climate change, imvula esezikhona manje. Umfula wethu usugcwele isihlabathi, ugcwele udaka. Lokho kwakuyidamu, if you can use the term idamu, kuyizibake. Lokho kwakuregardwa as idamu okudonswa kulamanzi, kwagcwala udaka. So uma amaphampu edonsa lamanzi, adonsa udaka. Iphampu which is having a lifespan ka 10 years, Uthukela is only lasting 2-3 months, isifile. Then abantu mabengenawo amanzi sebeyothela udaka ema-office, yini ofanele kuyenze? Sefanele manje uqale uthi yini esizokuyeka. Let us rob Peter to pay Paul. That is the situation we are living under lapha. Sizothatha imali yokwenza ezinye izinto and buy ipump so that people will get water. Ngenxa ye disaster ekhona. I used to tell people ukuthi even if Jesus can come himself or uShembe or Muhammad, angeke ayisolve le yankinga unless you build another dam. We built a dam. We do not abstract water from the river. So njoba si abstract from the river vele gcwala udaka. Sifanele sifuna service provider azokhipha udaka ngoba ulikhipha emfuleni Uthukela umfula omkhulu. Fanele aqhashwe ama excavator. Ngabathatha ke baya khona bafica excavator sikhipha udaka for a time being nje ukuthi nje nithi ukuthola amanzi ngoba asikwazi excavator ukuba semfuleni sizoma ngaphandle sikhiphe nje lokho kuncane angeneka amanzi kuleyo sample then amaphampa awadonseke kuthi ngabuya futhi udaka aphinde afa amaphampa manje i-recommendation eyenziwa umngeni because we are now under section 3 uthi umngeni as much as ingashintshwa lamaphampa ukuthi pho isolution ayikho you must build a new dam. Then you will be qedile ke problem. Manje building a new dam needs funds. Kukhona nenotion ebivela la ukuthi Uthukela is still deteriorating yet we are receiving support from Cogta. But it's not a fair statement to say. You better say on this particular ward le okuyona edonsa amanzi from the river ephila ngalamanzi. We have got what 10, 13 20 abalapha koTsakane Stateville in Acaciaville abaphila ngalaya amanzi. Kodwa a first statement ithi things have changed. People who are not getting water in rural areas where Ubaba Mtemanda is coming are now getting water because of the intervention by the national government, Cogta, for instance. They supported Uthukela by building new water tanks, bigger ones. Enlarge a water treatment plant. Kwafakwa big pipes ezo accommodate abantu abasha because what was happening ukuthi uma ungabuka lelibhodlela lamanzi it's given to me only but if I can come with my wife sharing the same bottle this water will not be enough for both of us. If you can bring our 10 children sharing the same bottle of water, nobody is going to be satisfied. My grandchildren again, but the bottle has not changed, but the population is growing. That's the reason. So if the population is cool, the plant is cool. So the government must assist in building dams because Constitution 80, water is life. People must get clean water, clean running water. So providing clean running water, you must increase the water treatment plant. But akwenzekanga kuvele nje kwathiwa abantu abanawo amanzi abathola amanzi bonke abantu abathola amanzi aclean azovelaphi sizohlephula kuwo lawa So uma engasaneli, then we'll have these problems. So that's the relationship. Ukhulumile uHonorable Fraser ngokuthi kukhona indawo yaseBergville. Nalapho kwanda umphakathi indawo yaseBergville iplant yani ayisupply idorobha. Uma sekwanda imphakathi efanele idlela amanzi la, iplant isincane. We must increase the plant. Uma uthi ufuna amanzi ahambe ngokusheshsha afike kubantu, fanele increase ipump. Once we increase ipump, kuyahambisana-ke, ipump must match with pipes. So if the pump is big and the pumps are small, they're going to burst. That is why all the time we have burst pipe. Then uzobe sekuthiwa kune-UFW in pumps and pipes. That's the reason. Afile amapump senze njani? Adonsa udaka emfuleni alikho idamu. Fanele sithini? Hayi silinde udepartment, national department yakhe idamu Uthukela so that we solve the problem. We cannot wait. We're going to buy a new pump so that people will get water. Down the line 3 months, if futhi pump. Njengoba kuza ama-floods, hayi ke kuzoba i-disaster. Because umfula usugcwele udaka. Umfula ohamba every day. Uma likelana izulu kuzobuya udaka futhi. Then abantu ke sasinabo baxolisa angithenga emehlweni umhlonishwa bathi nje sinithukela basenza leyo gamba bathi ayisinithukela into engekho thina besicabanga ukuthi nje yini eningafuni ukusebenza aniqhelisi ngani udaka emaphayipini kanti into enje i-disaster ipump idonsa amanzi agcwele udaka bese yafa because ipump is not designed ukuthi idonsa udaka. So bengithi angisibeke lesithombo ukuze nizokwazi ukubachazela nabanye ukuthi kwenziwa yini. So ke lapho kuthiwa bebesazofaka udaka kothukela vele bayawadinga amanzi abanayo futhi enye source. Ukuthi ufanele silekelele ngaka ukuthi sibe nama water tank. Asinawo ama water tank angaba enough to service all the wards. Ama water tank esinawo aservisa communities abangenawo isource especially in rural areas. Abantu abasedolobheni awukwazi ukuba ne water tank okuthiwe yabo. Bebe namanzi ahamba epipini yet abantu basemakhaya esiyaye sikwenzeke we rob Peter to pay Paul. We'll take water tankers which are servicing rural communities and help those who are living in townships who are using this water from the pipes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Respectfully, I want you to keep your answers shorter so that we can cover more issues in this hearing. But seeing as though you touched on water, we had an email came through to me, to my office, and the email was from the Inkosi Langabalele Municipality, Imangweni in Escort, and it was a request for help. If Dr. Krishnan could also respond to this. So the main issue, they have a good water plant and reticulation, but their main reservoir is not connected. And they say the distance between the reservoir and the main pipe is less than 30 meters. They have been waiting to be connected since last year, June, citing a lack of political will from Cogta, as they have written twice in vain, with emails only being acknowledged. They have indicated that they contacted Uthukela district and Cogta department, and they came and listened to the issue and promised to intervene, but you did not help. So the issue was reported to the Amangwe police station, the district mayor, his deputy speaker, directors, and the administrator. If we could get a response, we'll come back to you, Your Worship, but if we could get a response, because I don't want to forget about this. I think we received 2 emails with regards to the same issue. If you could give us a response to this.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not familiar with the specific query personally. I'm sure that our Program 3 Service Delivery Unit would be dealing with it. I also note that if there are community discontent or complaints received, then they are generally accepted by the Public Participation Unit of the department. Chair, can we also furnish you with a report on that?
Yes, please. And if time permits us, perhaps the committee can also perform oversight of this particular issue. So we'll put that down as one of our resolutions, that we require a full report in this regard. And we will forward this to you as well. We're going to go back to you, Your Worship. You have touched on the issues of the water, and I can hear your frustration in terms of the water matters. I'm not sure if you covered Ward 10, 11, and 12. Has that been covered? Are you satisfied, Honorable Fraser?
Maybe what I wanted to hear from the other side, where the water tankers are providing water or delivering water, it's their plan in ensuring that they get water religiously, not when they go to Uthukela and make noise.
Okay. So, Honorable Fraser, you are asking for a plan from the municipality. So let's put that down. We'd like to know how these tankers are rolled out in the communities they go to, so that there's fairness in the distribution of water where there is no water. If that can be submitted by the municipality through the Department of Cogta to us, we'd appreciate that. The other issue under water is that we find that there are areas, and we know you're working with Umgeni Uthukela Water, and you've explained some of the challenges. We understand that there are some areas where tankers are going out, but there's no plan for any infrastructure. I can't tell you offhand the various areas, but they are, according to your reports, there are some areas where there's no plan for infrastructure to be built, to be installed, so that the water situation could be rectified. And it seems like the tankers are going to be an ongoing measure put in place. If you could touch on that, and then also touch on the billing. I think it was 583 homes that were billed as zero. If you could give us feedback on that. But before you go on to the water issues, and members, I'm going to give you a chance. The issue that we didn't cover was the RASP issue, which Honorable Kika raised. And I also added to that. Who was responsible for the non-payment which led to your bank accounts being frozen? And I'm not sure whether you had to spend any money on legal representation in this regard, and whether it cost the municipality anything. If you could give us some feedback in this regard, Your Worship. You want to add something to that, Honorable Kika?
Chair, the other matters of the breaches of the MFMA that I raised also need to be responded to. I think the MM needs to give us an answer. And I think he needs to, we can't place everything at the door of His Worship in terms of what the administration must account for. The accounting officer is here, he must tell us.
Okay.
So I want to know about those things. I want to know, including the RASP.
Would you like to direct that to the municipal manager?
Yes, all of those things. I mean, we can get the overall political view from His Worship. But I think the accounting officer is the one that must account to us with regards to the legislation that he is responsible for. So he must tell us about those things. I've raised a number of them. And so in his responses, if he can just cover those before any follow-ups.
I think you raised a very important point. Let's give it to our municipal manager, Mr. Jilly, if you could respond to that question and all the others that relate to your portfolio. That's fine. Your Worship, you may proceed. If we could get someone to assist the Honorable Mayor.
Oh, that's it. No, check Sihlalo, but I need your assistance to what I'm going to ask. The issue of RASP being in court, because the matter is in court. First round in the High Court in Pietermaritzburg, RASP lost. Made an appeal to Supreme Court, lost again. Is now making an appeal to Constitutional Court. So the advice I'm seeking from the chair, because what the chair and Kika are asking are the very same questions which are asked by a councillor back home. Responses were given to the same councillor, but the same questions are being asked today. Now I'm afraid that if we discuss the matter that we're going to fight with in court, I'm afraid that this discussion, what the response is, then will leak to rasp so that we'll have immunities to fight us in court. So I'm just requesting, I need your advice. Can we discuss the matter which is in the Constitutional Court now? Thank you.
So,
Chair.
Honorable Kika?
So let's deal with this properly, so that it doesn't go to the wrong place. There's obviously a matter in court. His Worship is confirming that. But there was a payment made in this regard. Is that payment of 137 million rands, I think it was? Sorry, not 130, yeah. Let me just get the figure correct. Yes, 137 million rand. So my particular concern about that was that the payment was made. And I want confirmation of whether it was made, and if it was made, was it council approved?
The head of the institution, the political head, no payment was made.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're going to move on to the municipal manager, and I'll tell you why, Your Worship. We are interrogating consequence management and also trying to get a clear understanding. One of the things that I raised with the committee when we sat before National Cogta is we were a little bit disgruntled that we had no idea of the enormity of the situation in Uthukela when we heard that the bank accounts were frozen and so on. So we want to ask the municipal manager, who was responsible and what consequence management was taken in terms of the non-payment, because I do understand it was a legitimate contract and there was a payment that was missed, which led to the accounts being frozen. If you could answer that. And there were other questions also that related to your work, if you could answer those.
No, thank you, Chair. Let's then welcome all the questions, but I'll be direct in responding to your question that has also been raised by Honorable Kika. Where to start on this matter? Let me start by saying there was a payment plan that was in place. A person was actually entrusted, who's also a legal fundi, with the content of the agreement, was our legal manager, who's an advocate for that matter. What then happened is that there were amendments that were also made on the payment agreement. For an example, the issue of putting in the acceleration clause. That was then discovered very late, after all what you have just mentioned has just happened. So what then follows after that, emanating from the investigation that I conducted internally, there were things that have established. For an example, the amendment on the payment agreement. As we speak, the legal manager in question is on suspension. So these are the actions we have then taken to ensure that at least we are seen doing the right thing in terms of ensuring that with regard to the legal content of the payment agreement that's served before the High Court, at least we must have a person who was actually responsible for that. So I was just going to focus on the list of those officials, which also include the legal manager himself. So I'll respond in that fashion. But other issues, I think Inkosi has covered me very well, because that was the very same question I was just going to ask, whether it's correct for us to dwell much on the issue that is before the court and entertain it at this platform. Not that we are running away from being accountable, from responding correctly to the questions that are being raised by honorable members. But at the end of the day, what is more important is that we must also be cautious and careful so that we cannot end up compromising the case that we're having with the service provider in question. To make a very crystal example, when we had some engagements at the national level with the portfolio committee, the same service provider was using what was discussed at the national level in court. So what we then do, same thing will apply here. We'll find ourselves being quoted at a high court. So I want us to be careful of that, Chair. I'm not too sure, can I proceed?
Thanks. So I just want to find out, is there any, can you quantify the amount of money that you're spending on legal services on this matter currently? Approximately.
Less than 5 million.
Less than 5 million?
Less than 5 million.
I think there was one question that Honorable Ngadi asked that wasn't covered fully, and I think the person best placed to answer that would be the Speaker. In terms of the meetings that are held and the relationship between the Council and the administration. We did get a response from Cogta, but we need a response from the Speaker as well. And in terms of oversight, the Council is performing oversight over these years, questions that are being posed and so on. Over to the Speaker.
Honourable Chairperson, is it not better to allow the municipal manager to finish the parts that he wanted to cover? And I see in the delegation, the Honourable Speaker is not included in the delegation. It will not be possible for us to get a response in that regard. Thank you.
I didn't fully hear you, Honourable Kunene, but you're requesting that we get a report.
Yes, you will have to get a report because the Speaker is not here. Okay. But I was saying the municipal manager wanted to respond on some issues that were raised that related to his purview. Can't you give him a chance to continue responding?
That's fine. Let's put that down as one of the other resolutions. We need a full report on the functioning of your council, the number of meetings, the dates, attendance of councillors, and I think basically the relationship between the administration and the council, and also the oversight questions. We want to see how these councillors are performing oversight in this council, and whether there's any assistance or guidance or training that should be, training interventions that should be held in this particular municipality. And then also the impact committee, the functioning of the impact committee as well, if we could get a report on that. Over to you, Your Worship, to just respond to the...
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Twala?
Before the Worship, the Mayor, is this going to assist us, Chair? The trainings of councillors, the time is coming to an end, Chair. Exactly. We're only 2 months. It's not necessary, Chair. My interest was to deal with the financial viability of the municipality, to get the municipality to be healthy. There's nothing that you can now salvage from the good functionality of the municipality in terms of the councillors. The term is coming to an end. Ours is to be keen and to be interested on getting the house in order administratively, so that whoever inherits the council, we may know or preempt what's going to happen, but inherits something that is in good state and is healthy. That's my opinion, Chair. I'm worried, Chair, because the resolution is that you are posing reports. You'll end up giving us so much workload on things that really are not going to assist us. I think you've asked for about 5 reports now that this committee must be seized with on scrutinizing those reports. With due respect, Chair, I just want to assist you on that one.
I hear you, Honourable Twala. Before I respond to you, let me give an opportunity to Honourable Kika, and then I will respond. Sorry, and then Honourable Ngadi as well.
So, Chair, I would want to second the Honourable Konene on allowing the MM to complete his contributions because I've had asked several questions, as have other members. Correctly, it is his purview to respond to several of these, and he should. I'm not averse to reports coming. I don't serve on your committee, but I chair a committee, and I'm not, although it's not a municipality related, and that term is not coming to an end yet. The reality is that it shows a pattern of accountability in terms of obtaining that report. Councillors have a duty and function to ensure oversight, amongst other responsibilities that they have. And if you're having 7 years of consecutive qualified audits because councillors are not doing their work, whether they're meeting, even if those meetings, how are those meetings held, where are they held, all kinds of questions around that. I think it's very important because it would build a pattern about why the municipality has this, why these questions are arising, and how it may be remedied. It would actually give credence to a municipality that is incoming. So the term of this one is ending. The dynamics may or may not change depending on what people go and do at the ballot box. But the reality, it will serve as a handover to the next municipality that is incoming, the next council that is incoming, to actually consolidate and say, look, this could have been done better. So I think that needs to be compiled.
Thank you. Honorable Ngadi.
No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. No, I'm covered by the first two speakers. Chair, with due respect, if I can say, ithemba lethu liku Mr. Jili, MM. MM has done a presentation, and the presentation is very convincing. Mr. Jili need to make sure that we have got a CFO that will deliver the credible financial statements. MM need to make sure that he deals with the action plans that were cited by the Auditor General in order to rescue that. Team yakho nje MM iyale yonke into qinisa amabhawodi. Ngiyabona babadala cha uqinisile uthwala. Akuningi esingathi singakudinga in terms of getting a report uthi manga kama council ahlala council meetings sikhathi sambile nje bobaba thina sambeni on the ground so campaigner sikhampelela umhla ka4 MM wena bamba nje iadministration yakho uyibophe ibe strong ithemba lethu selikuwena with your administration to make sure that you implement what has been decided, the resolution of council, as well as the action plans that were cited by the AG. At this point in time, that is where our focus is. Then maybe we'll talk something else on the next administration, Yomaspala. Thank you.
Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, you are still in order. The reports that you requested from Cogta, we do need them, all of them. Thank you, Chair.
You're out of order.
All right, Islal. You're correct, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser. The response that I wanted to give you, Honorable Twala, is information, historical information is very important because it will assist us in making decisions going forward because we have an understanding. So I'm going to allow that. I don't think that one extra report is going to be too much of work for the municipality and the Department of Cogta, because this is all information that they already have. So we're going to move on. Honorable Kika, you said that you needed some responses from the municipal manager, but then Honorable Kunene said that there's some remarks that Your Worship the Mayor has got to still make.
I was saying, Honorable Chairperson, the municipal manager wanted to, he was on the floor when you went to another subject.
My apologies.
Can't you allow him to continue?
Absolutely. Let's give him a chance.
To him.
Let's give Mr. Jili a chance to conclude, to wrap up all the issues that you need to respond to.
No, Chair. I wanted to focus on on the thorny issue of consequence management that has been raised by Councillor Kika. I wanted names and the transgression. I wanted to focus on that and also to provide progress on that. For an example, I will make a very clear one. There was a material irregularity of $11 million raised by the AG. What then happened is that in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Crime of Corrupt Activities Act, Act number 12 of 2004, we've opened cases against the officials, 4 officials that are implicated on that, Councillor Kika, through you, Chair. Even the former CFO is on the list of those
Chair, just to make a correction, I used to be a councillor.
Hey, I used to sit in the council chamber. Apologies, Honorable Kika. I think we have 4 officials on the list. Out of those, the area engineer, there's one area engineer. There is the former CFO. There is another official. I think I have the list here, but in total there are 4. In total, that's one crystal example that I wanted to make. That paint a very clear picture in terms of ensuring that we take actions against those officials. Another one was a former general manager, Mr. Kuzwayo. We've taken actions. He decided to resign. Hence, we have Mr. Mthembu here. Another one was Mr. Zigalala, who's our project PMU manager. We've taken actions against him. He's still part of the municipality. Mr. TV Kumalo, who's our area engineer, Mr. Sibego, who's our superintendent as well. We've taken actions against those officials. Another one is our former SM manager, who then decided to quit, and Mr. Glenn Singh, who was our deputy water manager. One we must also mention Advocate, our legal manager, who's on suspension, our HR manager who's also on suspension, and the former acting manager, supply chain manager, who's also on suspension for the transgression of some prescripts, which then led us to have some, or rather, irregular expenditure. So I wanted to give the list of those officials because I can see that the bone of contention is on that, Honorable Naya. The other colleagues may then come in. The position of the CFO, Chair, we've advertised. We received only 6 applications. 4 candidates were qualifying. When we invited them for interviews, only 1 candidate pitched up. Then we decided then to re-advertise the position. So it's not in our control in terms of getting quite a sizable number of applicants. But I wanted to give a status on that. One must also confirm, Chair, and appreciate the support from Cogta in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. They are really of great help to us. They must be uploaded, by the way, Chairperson, because the CFO that we currently have, he has been seconded by the MEC in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Hence, we having the CFO by the name of Mr. Ntov, who's sitting next to me. This is the support from Cogta. I wanted to confirm that. Another issue, I think maybe the colleagues might also come in if there are any other issues that they might want to touch base on, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Chair, so from my side, there's one, and I heard from His Worship, the Mayor, he touched on it. I just wanted a response from the accounting officer on the issue of RASP. It is in court, as I hear. So if it is in court, there are obviously questions that we cannot ask, or even if we ask those questions, you can say you don't want to answer them because the matter is sub judice and it may affect the court process, and you don't want to be quoted in court, so I get that. But the question that I would have is that, is there any way or is there any understanding that despite what has happened, was there a contract entered into between the municipal manager and RASP at any point in time during this year? That would be my follow-up. Thank you. And I didn't get a response on it because of the sub judice matter.
Let's get Honorable Fraser's question as well. And then
Thank you.
Honorable Kunene. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by appreciating the response that we got from Cogta to say that they are supporting the municipality. Unfortunately, the municipality sometimes give them challenges. I am now confirming it that Cogta is giving support, but the challenge is with the municipality. So we are where we are as Uthukela because Uthukela doesn't want to do what Cogta is telling them to do. I want to get that statement clear because our responsibility as this committee is to make sure that Cogta supports the municipalities. And listening to the response given to us, it clearly shows that the municipality doesn't have political will. If what Cogta said is now confirmed by the it means the challenge is not with Cogta, but it's in the municipality. Mm-hmm. That is what I'm getting, Chair, in this meeting, as in now. Mm-hmm. Though I have my reservations with what Cogta said, because if Cogta was supporting the municipality, it wouldn't be where we are now. And I made a simple example to say that where was Cogta when the municipality took it upon themselves to go to the nearest municipalities and get funding there? It's a simple thing. So now I'm getting another picture.
So maybe we can get some response, Honorable Fraser, from our municipal manager with regards to that question. And Honorable Kunene?
I just don't know on the issue that Honorable Kika asked relating to RASP, since the municipal manager is raising a concern and the Honorable Mayor has also raised a concern of matter being in Constitutional Court, there is legal support in this committee. Can she advise whether it's proper for them to answer on this question? I think we should start it at that. But my take, I think if there are concerns that we have with Cogta, we should discuss it amongst ourselves, not in the presence of a municipality. But also, what I've heard is that the municipal manager was appreciating the support that Cogta was giving to them. I did not sense any lack of political will. Because there is a political will to get things sorted out. But I just am concerned that we would traverse issues that are not necessary. But those are the two issues I wanted to raise, to request that the legal advisor of the committee to advise whether they can respond to the question that Dr. Kika asked. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Honorable Kunene, I think what Honorable Kika said is if they cannot answer a question, they can just say so, a certain question. You're not obligated to answer if you don't want to answer certain questions that you feel may jeopardize your standing. Your Worship, you'd like to say something?
Yeah, I was under the impression that you were concluding the matter amicably. But what Honorable Fraser is raising now is not fair. That we do not have a political will. Out of all what has been said here, that we are trying to assist the municipality, but boldly saying the political leadership has got no political will to work there. It's not fair.
Your
Worship?
If I'm saying there's no political will, I'm not directing it to political principles only. But I'm saying what I'm saying because of the comments that was made by the to say that they are getting all the support from Cogta. Yet the presentation from Cogta was saying they are doing everything in their power, but the only problem is with the municipality, which is not doing what is expected. So if the person driving the municipality is telling us that they are getting, it means the challenge is with them. So that is all. I'm talking about what Cogta said. She even made an example of the MPEG, how they tried to assist the MPEG, but again, there was no will from the side of the municipality. Can I propose that we stick to what has been said? She's still here. She's here.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser. I think we're going to move ahead from that point. I think that what Honorable Fraser is trying to say, which I agree with, we have to be very realistic here. This municipality has got an unfunded budget. And you've had qualified opinion with findings for 7 consecutive years, despite having so much of intervention and support. So there's got to be someone that's got to take the blame for what is transpiring in this municipality. And that is what we are trying to ascertain. Who is responsible and what consequence management has taken place in this municipality, because we don't want another 7 years to go on with exactly the same thing happening, because invariably it is the residents that are suffering. But let's move on. We asked the question with regards to the zero billing for over 500 residents, 500 meters. If you could respond to that, and also underwater, respond to the Izakeni pumps. Where are those original pumps now? And if you could just give us a status, an understanding of the consequence management surrounding that matter. So it's the billing, it's the pumps, and also what plan is there for the areas that are dependent on tankers? Those 3 questions.
Chair, on the issue of Ezakeni water treatment works, as I said, the AG raised the material irregularity on pumps. We have taken actions against those officials. That's what we have done so far. We have also referred the matter to SAPS as well for further investigation. I even said, quoted the Act, which then act as a blueprint in opening cases for officials. I think the CFO would also touch base on those 500 customers with zero billing and other related matters, with your permission, Chair.
My apologies, I didn't catch that last part.
I'm saying the CFO will also touch base on the other issues.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings, Honorable Chair. Greetings to Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and honorable members. The zero billing on the 500 accounts was one of the issues that led to the qualification. And the reason for that is that we've got a number of households that refuses for our meter readers to come inside and read the meters. So it's been happening for quite some time. What we've then done as a municipality, we have taken a decision to remove the meters from inside the yard and put the meters outside the yard. So when we do that exercise, we put prepaid meters. We don't put a conventional meter now. So it's still work in progress to address all those that are not allowing our meter readers access to their respective buildings. Thank you, Chair.
All right, just to follow up, are you saying that these 583 that were billed at 583 meters have all been resolved? Have you replaced or moved all of those meters?
It's still work in progress. The problem that we have is a resistance. That is why we requested political leadership to come to our rescue, because there were getting violent to the service provider that is putting prepaid meters. So we requested political support in those areas where they are being attacked when they are putting prepaid meters. It hasn't been addressed entirely. I think thus far we have only addressed about just about 10% of that population because of the resistance.
So, honourable members, this resulted in 7.75 million rand loss. I think there were 982 consumers that were being billed at zero. Some of them were rectified, and so 583, you say 10% has been done. So we need, honourable members, we need a report on that, an update, because these are consumers not paying for services. We definitely need an update. It's not fair, and you require that those payments from those residents. If you could cover the issue that I raised on the tankers, the areas that rely solely on tankers. What is the plan?
Honourable Chair, greetings to yourselves, greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee, Ndabezitha, Deputy Mayor, colleagues, Chairperson, just like you said, if we can have the exact areas and names, we can tell you, Chairperson, that this is the plan for this particular area. I can assure you, Guti, areas that are being serviced by water tankers, they have interim and long-term plans. Just yesterday, the council approved our WSDP, which is the planning document for areas that are being serviced and areas that are not being serviced. So every footprint of the municipality is covered by a project, but a planned project, but we might not be there as yet because of funding limitations, but there is a plan to service those areas. So if we can get names, we can give you the actual plan that relates to that specific area. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'll put that down because it's obvious that community members in the various communities where there's tankers being servicing them will want to know how many more years or how many months before they can actually get water in a tap. Honourable Fraser?
Kanauk, Msuluzi.
Okay.
Indulwane, they are also supplied by our water tanks. Maybe if we can share with us the plan of providing those areas.
So you can take it back to
Kanauk,
communities.
Msuluzi, Indulwane.
All right. So members, this is your chance to ask your second round of questions. So let's take hands. While you are putting your hands up, let's see, Honourable Kika, the question of the pumps and where those old pumps currently are. Did I miss that response? Did we get a response? You did say that you would give us feedback in terms of the Ezakeni pumps. Where are those old pumps currently?
Chairperson, we remove those old pumps and send them to the manufacturer for an assessment in terms of what can still be salvaged from what was dismantled or taken out of the system. They have given us an interim report in terms of what can still be salvaged, but the way it looks like, and the interim report, it looks like the cost would be more or less the same as buying new pumps, but we're still awaiting their final pricing in terms of refixing or refurbishing those old pumps.
Were those not insured? Are they not insurable?
No, Chairperson.
No. All right. Thank you for that. You have a follow-up. All right. Honourable Kika?
Chair, the follow-up would be what was how much, in terms of a cost or expenditure or cost to council for sending them back? What was that? Are there time frames? What will turn that situation around to ensure that it would ensure a proper water supply as a result of the removal of those pumps that were sent away.
Thank you, Chairperson. The original order that we issued to the company that is assessing those pumps was 55,000. They came to collect, have done assessment, and then they will then have given us an interim diagnosis in terms of what is needs to be done. It's just that we have not established the cost as yet. But the long-term plan, Chairperson, or the medium-term plan is that we reinstate the similar pumps, if not exactly the same, depending on the cost to refurbish or to fix those. So that project has been through Section 63, has been given to Uthukela to start with the process of the bid spec, the document formulation, and then the installation of those pumps. So if these pumps that we are currently that have sent to the company can still be used, so that will then lessen the cost in terms of the project that Uthukela is doing for the municipality. So if they are still usable, we will use them as part of the medium to long-term planning.
Sorry to belabor the point, but yes, the response covers one, the cost. It also tells us that they have a projection of what might happen. What I would want to know is, was there a formal council inquiry into the issue of these pumps, and if not, why not?
No, I'm now encroaching, but the Section 106 Chairperson was specifically on those pumps, and the MMS detailed what the consequences were.
Okay, so we are covered there because the Department of Cogta is going to give us a report on the Section 106 investigations. Members, let me take hands. Questions? Honorable Ngadi, is that two hands or you are done? Okay, Honorable Kika. Are there anyone on the virtual platform? No. Honorable Basiela? Just wanting to give members an opportunity. I don't want you to accuse me of asking all the questions. All right, so if there's no other hands, let's get Honorable Basiela, and then we'll come to you, Honorable Kika. Let's give her a chance. You've been talking. Honorable Basiela, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Just a small one. In addition to the information on the recoveries, disciplinary outcomes, can we have the information about how many cases were referred to law enforcement, and is there any criminal prosecution that ensued from there? And then the question about the letter that came from one of the Amakosi regarding that all they needed was 30 meters and a reservoir. Was that actually completed? Was that done? And if not, when will that be done? And in reply to the Honorable Mayor's contribution about that they need another dam, this should be subject to an expert's report, but in my opinion, the only thing that's needed is reservoirs and pumps. Reservoirs, pumps, good reticulation, repairing all the leaks, and you'll then have running water. And of course, dealing with the water tanker mafias. And let me add a question there. We have had a whistleblower that had given us information that these tankers remove the lid or remove some mechanism on the tanker so that a lot of the water can quickly fall out, so they can go back and fill up the water tankers. If there's no consequent management and if there's no prosecution with people who are corrupt dealing with water tankers, what's the political will to change the situation? Now, given that we've got 2 months, if we don't have consequence management, like I said in my first contribution, now, then it means that a new administration can potentially just walk into the same old ways as the previous one. So these are important things that must be addressed and answered, and heads must roll if need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Basiela. The question you raised about the letter we received and the 30 meters from the reservoir, we will be getting a written report in that regard. They were not able to respond. Let's get to your questions, Honorable Kika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my questions are directed to the municipal manager. And if Cogta wants to add to it, then that would be fine. So the first, I was going to start with grant funding during that first round. Then you said others have to ask questions, so I'll ask that first. So the first question would be, have you used any of your grant funding at any point in time for other than its purpose or other than its intended purpose? Because if you have, then of course it triggers a MFMA breach, in particular 1731E. So we would want to know if there are any instances of that. So for example, if grant funding was used to offset operational expenditure, if there were any instances of that, particularly related to grants associated with water, because it is estimated that approximately 65% of, there's an approximate 65% water loss in your municipality. Then the second one would be regarding, and I heard earlier that Cogta touched on it and it triggered this. With regards to the WSIG and RBIG grants, one grant at 47.5 million and the other at 15 million. I just wanted to know if your expenditure in regards to these two in particular are on track. And if yes, then good. If not, why not? So those would be my two questions regarding those. Chairperson, I just want to rewind slightly to a, you did say you want a report on the functionality of council, and we'll receive that. But the overall impression, and this will be my last point, if not, it's not a question so much. You know, the issue on checking on these things needs to build confidence. It needs to assure us that you are doing what you are supposed to. That's why you are here. We are here to ask you the questions to say that, look, the municipality will head towards improvement. Now, His Worship made an important remark at the beginning of his comments. I don't want it to be seen as, you know, we nitpicking these issues to find fault. But querying these issues resolves issues. They trigger responses that require intervention. That's why we're asking. And that is why the oversight by councillors over council matters is so important. Does the municipal manager keep a list of questions submitted by councillors in terms of that oversight and respond to them, and does a register exist for that? And if it does, how often is it updated, presented, and in terms of that oversight through questions sent to the municipal manager, are responses given? Is there a time frame within which the municipal manager must respond to questions? Yeah, all right. I think the others have been covered by the chair. So those are my last ones. Thank you. I may have follow-ups, Chair.
Can we get responses to those? Thank you.
Yes, let me take these questions randomly. Yes, it's when I receive questions from honorable councillors, whether in a form of questions, whether through via council or whether questions are being asked through the submissions to my office. I normally respond to those questions. I wish to confirm, but in the cases whereby you will find that a councillor is asking 3 questions in one and the same way, I'll just respond to one letter. It's simple and straightforward. If the question is directed, if the councillor has directed questions to Cogta and myself, and ask me to respond directly to Cogta, I'll simply respond to the HOD Cogta. That's what I normally do. But in other cases where you'll find the councillor asking questions about a matter that is before the court, I'll simply not going to respond on that, because I'll then be playing on the hands of a person whom we're fighting with in court. So that's what normally happens. But where I need to respond and give answers, I'll simply do that. But in some cases where maybe I might be seen as if I'm compromising the case that is before the court, I will not respond to those questions from Honourable Counsel.
I have a follow-up on that. Thank you. Thank you. It's a great response. Thank you very much. In the legislature, and the reason I ask is because of the system we use here. So questions have a particular format. So perhaps the speaker is not here, but it would be a suggestion to, I don't know if your rules have it, but the system we use is that all questions that are submitted are recorded and registered. And the rules require that they must be responded to within 14 days at the very least, by whoever needs to respond to them. So somebody in your department or in one of the departments or so on. So I understand, we also have a sub judice rule, and you are correct. So the same thing, if there's a matter before court, you cannot respond to it. And you say that in writing. You say that, look, we can't respond to you because the matter is in court. And that is a response. So I think what I'm trying to get at is that there should be a formalized process of questions, and that was what I'm trying to get at. That if you keep a particular register, you can track it. So if anybody accuses you somewhere down the line of saying, you know what, you're not responding to my questions, you can say, but here's the evidence. You submitted it on this day, I responded on this day, and this is what I've done with your question. So I'm just trying to assist you by saying that we do have a process here. And I'm quite certain that if you wish to draw from it, you can get hold of Madam Secretary, who will share the process with yourself. It will definitely improve the flow in your council of questions.
Thank you, Honourable Kika, but I really don't believe that it is our job to school the municipality in terms of the rules and regulations of questions and answers. If Cogta could assist in that regard, we'd really appreciate that. And when you are giving us your feedback report, you could give us a report that process has concluded in terms of getting the municipality on board with the processes of questions and answers. If members are done with questions, there's a few that are... Okay, there's a grant funding question that is outstanding. Honourable Kunene, we'll take your hand just now. Let's just get that grant funding question answered. Who's responding?
I was hoping that the staff will take this one. No, Chair, let me be frank on this one. I joined this municipality in 2004. The municipality was owing me grant in amount of almost more than 60 million rands that was being owed by the municipality. I think it was a make grant, which simply means it was actually injected somewhere, somehow. But we tried to ensure that at least we reimburse or pay back the money for grants. I'm responding to the question that has been raised by Councillor Kika. I think the cause of action was obvious reason, since the municipality is under financial distress. So I believe somehow they had to take actions to salvage or to keep the municipality afloat by taking such actions. I want Councillor or rather Honorable Kika, to note that, as I'm saying, when I joined this in 2024, the amount was standing at plus minus 60 million rands for MIC, that we had to try and pay back the money for our grants. We are aware that those grants need then to be ring-fenced because it's a grant funding. Yeah, that's how one will then respond, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a follow-up. I have to.
Honorable Kika, we've got about 10 minutes left. Please wrap up.
Chair, if that is an admission to using grant funding for operational purposes, then it is indeed a violation, as I mentioned, of 1731E of the MFMA. And then I would urge Cogta to have a look into that, because they're here and they've listened to the response. Because there have to be consequences for that. It cannot be that that has happened and that we accept the response in as much as it was skirted around, in my view. Because it was not saying yes or no, but we got the answer from there. And I had asked a question about the WSIG and the RBIG, if I can get a response on that as well.
Okay. Honorable Kanina, I've seen your hand, but there's two important things I want to raise. I think that residents would be very happy if we raise these two. The first one is the 65% water losses. According to the Auditor General, the existing water loss action plan had not been effective in reducing losses, and adequate evidence was not available that it had been appropriately and technically prepared and approved. So I want to know, has that water loss since been reduced? Is the plan in operation? Because 65% is a large percentage. If you could respond to that. And the next one is with regards to the 8 wastewater treatment plants that the Auditor General has flagged. What is the status of these wastewater plants? Are they functioning? What are the plans for them, and so on? You could answer succinctly now and give us a report if there is more information that you don't have at hand. If you could just answer those two, and then I'll give it to Honorable Kanene. I did. Did you also want to ask a question? Okay, I'll indulge you because you supported me today with my resolution. All right, let's have the response.
Chair, I think when it comes to our wastewater treatment plants, there is a very clear plan to revamp them. One must firstly say, yes, we do have challenges with our wastewater treatment plants, but I will then request, because we might not have them on top of our heads, so that we can just submit a clear plan that we, even in terms of the source of funding, because we're going to use MIC funding through the repairs and refurbishment, R&R. So that's the grant we're going to use to ensure that we deal with the current predicament on our wastewater treatment plants. So part of the pack that will then be submitted to the Honourable Chair and members will also include the plan with the budget allocated for those wastewater treatment plants.
The 65% water loss?
65% water losses, I think we had some engagements yesterday, even on the methodology, but the CFO will touch base on that, being assisted by the GM Water, Mr. Mthembu. Thank you, Chair.
When we're busy drafting AFS now, we've reperformed the calculation for water loss. I think as things stands now, we're sitting at 55%. That percentage is still high. We do know that we do have problems in the main, because if you split between real losses and apparent losses, the weight is more on the real losses, not on apparent losses. So, but I think Mr. Mthembu earlier, when he was responding, he did touch a little bit on it, that we're getting Cogta to come and assist us in terms of putting pressure valves to come and reduce some of our water losses. There's a lot of, it does require a lot of financial muscle. We went out to bid. We got a quote of about 110 million, which the municipality could not afford to deal with in the past. Thank you.
I didn't quite catch you. Did you say it reduced to 55%?
It's 55 now, yes.
55?
Yes.
Okay. So that is good. There has been a reduction, but you are requesting that Cogta come and give you some support in that regard, because it is, honourable members, a very big issue. If there's 65% water loss, there's no point in even building new dams and pipelines and so on if you haven't dealt with the problem. So you need to adequately deal with that problem. If we could get that report from Cogta of how you've assisted them, because as I said, according to the Auditor General, there isn't a proper plan in place. So that was also another report. Honourable Kunene and then Honourable Fraser.
Saying that we have traversed a lot of issues, I think we should bring the hearing to a close now. Thank you.
We have about 4 minutes left till 12, which we are scheduled to close. Honourable Fraser.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, earlier on, I wanted to know when are they going to pay back Inkoslang Albalele and Alfred Duma. I raised that one earlier on. Do they have a plan? I believe Uthukela is owing Alfred Duma and Inkoslang Albalele. So do they have a plan of paying them back? That would be the first one. Coming back to the issues of AG, Slalo, the municipality has the highest amount of unauthorized and wasteful expenditure with the highest deviations. Do they have a plan, the procurement plan? If we can be advised on that. Then, as a word of caution, it's proper that when you have a question, you just deal with the question and not try to defend other, because that might give us more appetite to raise even more issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Fraser. Let's get a response to that.
With regards to the amount owed to Alfred Duma, we had some engagements in the previous week, myself, the MM of Alfred Duma and the CFO. There is a concrete plan in place, which is a payment plan. We have a payment plan now. We now have a payment plan. The negotiations between ourselves and ILM and Nkoslang Albalele, we're still negotiating the payment plan. So with the assistance of Cogta, those negotiations are being led by Cogta, Mr. Ngondwana. So we believe that we are just near the end of the tunnel. We'll see light very soon with those engagements with ILM. But Alfred Duma, it's a done deal. With ILM, we're about to finalize the payment plan as well.
Are you satisfied with that, Honourable Fraser? Do you need a written plan?
I know, Chair, but in this platform, we appreciate the specifics, but I'm fine.
You don't want any follow-up? All right. Thank you, Honourable Fraser. Thank you, honourable members. Honourable Kunene wants us to bring it to a close because I believe that we do have Mpendle coming to us after this meeting. But I just want to round it off and simply tie up exactly where we are. We understand there's been numerous amount of interventions, and there's been national and provincial leadership assisting, guiding, intervening. And I believe that earlier this year, I think it was March, there was a 21-day progress assessment arising from the national intervention. If Cogta could take this portfolio committee into your confidence and give us an update on that national intervention, the 21-day intervention, of what has been done since then. We're especially concerned that you have an unfunded budget, and we want to know how you are going to pass a funded budget going forward. So those are our concerns, and how you're going to come out of distress. So we would like that report, and especially now that we know that you were working with Uthukela Water, National Cogta, provincial. we need to understand, are all of these interventions or support that's being provided, are they parallel, or is there one coordinator that's coordinating all of the support that you are receiving so that you can achieve greater success in turning things around in the municipality? I think that we can receive that report or understanding from the Department of Cogta, so this particular portfolio committee will be able to understand if there are any further oversights or further interventions or support that can be provided to the Uthukela District Municipality. But I want to thank you, honorable members, for your input. I want to thank you, Your Worship, for coming through, for honoring the invitation together with your delegation. Thank you to the Auditor General team and to the Department of Cogta. I think we've had a very positive engagement. We'd like to invite you to lunch. We want to thank you also for the hospitality that we received in your absence in your municipality. I think members really were appreciative of the hospitality and the extent that you went to provide for us. We'd like for you to join us in a picture in front, and we want to wish you well in turning things around in the Uthukela District Municipality. Thank you. Members, the meeting is adjourned. If you could make your way to the front so we can take a picture. Appreciate that. Greetings once again, honorable members, and welcome to our Section 132 hearing with the Impendle Local Municipality. Once again, welcome to Your Worship, Councillor Dlamini. Welcome to you and your delegation. Thank you for honoring our invitation to come and join us here today. Without further ado, honorable members, I just want to check if there are any apologies. Are there any apologies for this session? None. But we do have an apology from the Honorable MEC and the Honorable HOD, but we have representation from the Department of Cogta. Members, can I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Fraser, a seconder, Honorable Ngadi. Without further ado, we are going to call on Your Worship, Councillor Dlamini, to make some opening remarks. Do you need some assistance with the microphone? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair. Greetings and the whole committee. I'm Councillor KM Dlamini, Mayor of Impendle. Thanks very much to be invited to this meeting. I would like to introduce my team. Next to me, I've got Mr. Mthembu, MR of Impendle, Administrator. And on my left-hand side is Mr. Mkhize, CFO of Impendle. Next to him is Mr. Yangwa, his Technical Manager. Shortly, I would like to state the status of Impendle is under administration, as we know. I would like to say that, and it's an executive council. We have got 10 councillors. We have committees. And at the moment, I've got the support while we're under administration. We've got the support under Cogta and the support under Provincial Treasury and TICOC, SALCA. They also give us a support. And the support from all departments. There are challenges in our municipality, but I don't know, I can't go through just because the one is going through during the presentation. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before we proceed today, we are going to take you through the swearing in. I think it's just you, Dr. Joey. You've taken the oath already today. It's just you, Your Worship, and your team. I'm not sure if anyone has a problem taking the oath or you'd like to take the affirmation. Is everyone fine with taking the oath? Okay. If you could please rise. If you could please rise.
All of us.
Before the oath or affirmation is administered, I must bring to your attention the legal consequences of giving false or misleading information before the committee in terms of the KZN Legislature Witnesses Act 2007. So the oath or affirmation is not intended to intimidate any official. It is intended to ensure that the information placed before the committee is accurate, complete, and given with due seriousness, so that the committee can properly discharge its responsibilities in terms of Section 132 of the MFMA. A person who, whether or not during examination under oath or affirmation, willfully furnishes the committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense. Such a person may, upon conviction, be liable to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years, or to an appropriate fine, or to both imprisonment and a fine. Officials are therefore requested to answer fully, truthfully, and to the best of their knowledge. If an official does not answer the question, does not know the answer to a question, the official should say so. If the information must be verified, the official should indicate that it will be verified and provided to the committee within the time frame directed by the committee. Now that you are standing and ready to take the oath, can you just raise your right hands, please? Do you swear that the evidence you shall give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You may take your seats.
Honorable Chairperson,
Honorable Kanene.
can I inquire whether there is an accounting officer in the delegation?
If we could just get an indication from you, Your Worship. Is there an accounting officer in your delegation?
No, he's not present today. He's have a medical doctor later.
Let me just, we've got the administrator, we've got our mayor, and then
Acting MM.
MM,
Acting MM.
acting MM and
And CFO.
and CFO.
Yes. And technical manager.
Acting MM and CFO.
No, there is no acting MM. He says the one who is sick.
The one that's sick is the acting MM.
Yes. There is no accounting officer. That's the point. That's the point I'm driving. How can we continue without the accounting officer present?
Members, this is the second time that Mpenle has come. The first time that they came, we sent them away because there was no report. Now we have the report. Do we really want to send them away? We have the administrator. We can at least take a report by the administrator. We've got the mayor, we've got the Department of Cogta here to give us insight. I'd recommend that we proceed. But let's hear members. I don't want to make a decision by myself. Honorable Ngadi.
No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings yourself again. Honorable Mayor, greetings as well as the delegation. No, my manager is to raise a disappointment, of which if someone is sick, is beyond our control. But I find it quite a bit awkward because we are going to deliberate on administration, administrative matters, and the acting MM is not here, and he is the accounting officer for the institution. Who's going to be accountable here in this meeting? Then if need, that's to be recorded, the one who's going to be accountable on this session, because at the end of the day, I don't think we may proceed, Honorable Chair, because we are almost going to rule it, but it's a bit awkward if a session will continue and we finalize everything without the accounting officer. Thank you.
Are there any other honorable members that like to make input? All right. I think we can proceed. Honorable Kunene?
I think Cogta must come in here to advise, because I don't know whether the administrator has all the information, because I'm very uncomfortable that we hold a hearing without an accounting officer, even an acting accounting officer, because this section 32 hearing is just about that. The accounting officer is responsible for the matters that are going to be asked and going to be executed back home. And who are we going to entrust with that if the acting accounting officer nor the accounting officer are not there? That's the concern I'm raising.
Indeed, he is accountable. If you want to respond, Dr. Krishnan.
Chair, maybe our concern is shared with the committee. The accounting officer is critical. The issue of implementation of resolutions that would come from this committee become critical. I doubt that we can say to the mayor, Honourable Mayor, you go and implement. Further, I think the ministerial representative is there mostly as a Cogta representative and will not be in a position to answer all of the accounting officer, answer for the accounting officer. And lastly, my other concern, Chair, is that the CFO is here, but just to notify the committee that the CFO is serving his notice at the moment and he will be leaving on Monday as well. So administratively, it is a challenge at the hearing itself, but also at the municipality. We'll be guided, obviously, by the honourable members, but I thought just to bring that information to bear. Thank you.
Let's hear you, Honourable Ngadi, and then Honourable Fraser.
No, I think for us it's going to be fruitless to proceed, Slalo. Let me boldly say that, because I was under the impression that if the chairperson insists for us to proceed, at least we have got a leverage for the CFO who is actually present. Now, if the CFO is leaving on Monday, then we have got no one. We have got no one. Unless otherwise, if you give powers to the administrator, I don't know, can you advise us, would you be able to advise us in terms of the terms of reference of the administrator, if the administrator can take all what we are going to discuss here and implement it, then I'll leave it up to you, honourable members. But CJ, give cash 22 at this stage in terms of proceeding. Thank you.
Honourable Fraser.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to greet the team from Impendle, the mayor and the team. Chair, I think the administrator technically is there for Cogta. So it means we have nobody from the municipality. Technically, we don't have anyone from the municipality. Let's also thank the CFO for respecting this meeting. He had a choice. Thank you very much. Chair, I don't think we need to further discuss. I therefore propose that you set another date for Impendle, because Impendle needs us to be having everybody that is needed. We know the state of the municipality, so we can't just tick the box. Thank you.
Honourable Kika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I beg your forgiveness that I stepped in a bit late. As you know, it's Friday, I had to step out for
Just
prayer.
to bring you up to speed,
Yes.
we do not have the present, and so members are not comfortable to proceed with the hearing without the municipal manager, but we do have the administrator. We have the CFO that is going to resign, I think on Monday. He's resigned already. Leaving.
My question is, do we have anybody, do we have mayor, deputy mayor, speaker?
Yes, we have the mayor here.
Yes. No deputy mayor, no speaker?
No.
Okay, so no accounting officer. Even if the MM was here, my understanding is that his municipality has been put under administration, and therefore he's not the accounting officer. Or maybe in name, but not, maybe in spirit, but not in flesh. Because the administrator would take over the functions. So I'm trying to understand where that is, and if there is an administrator, then who can we hold accountable? If there's nobody to hold accountable, the meeting can't proceed, Chair, in my view.
That is an important point. Let's give Dr. Krishnan a chance just to respond in terms of now that this municipality is under administration. who can
Thank you,
request you.
Chair. I think, yes, it's correct. The municipality is under intervention in terms of Section 139(1)(b) of the Constitution. A ministerial representative is in place. It's Mr. Mthembu. Of course, his terms of reference are also very specific, and in this instance, we have not assumed the accounting officer responsibilities in law. So the accounting officer remains the accounting officer for purposes of all legislative obligations. Any failure by the accounting officer to undertake those responsibilities or by the council will empower the ministerial representatives to step in. But at this stage, we cannot do that. I also want to bring to the attention of the committee that the accounting officer is an acting accounting officer who has now been at the municipality for 1 month. So even if we get an accounting officer here, you're going to have an accounting officer who's 1 month old, and you're going to have a CFO who's just left. So it really makes it very difficult with the administrative instability that we're experiencing to be able to ensure accountability. Thank you, Chair.
My apologies. You had your hand up for quite a while. Please proceed. And then Dr. Kika, I'll come back to you.
No, greetings, Chair. Greetings to the committee, and greetings to MR and Impended Delegation. Greetings to Cogta. No, with respect to the committee and you, Chair, if you decide to postpone, I will still be available if you set up a new date, because I understand what Dr. Joe Krishnan is saying in terms of MM being new as an acting MM. So I commit that I'll make time and be part of the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's really dedicated, very committed and dedicated. So, honourable members, is
Chair.
that the... sorry, my apologies on Dr. Kika. Please proceed.
No, that's all right. Again, the commitment is echoed. It's welcomed, as the honourable members are saying. Of course, it then places somebody outside of the area of accountability to the legislature to be there, but it's fine. It's the chair's discretion to decide who can and can't be here. But I think it should be appreciated that support would be given. But if I'm not sure, like I said, I'm not sure why is the accounting officer not here? Sick. And the apology has been formally received with the sick note and so on.
We have not received a formal apology. We are hearing of the unavailability of the accounting officer only now.
Only now. Because in as much as I understand that, the new MM is there for a month, the responsibility has to be assumed. All of it, irrespective of the time. So, but I get it, it's okay, so long as you are satisfied.
Members, do you at least want to hear a presentation from the Department of Cogta or from the administrator so that you know where this municipality is at? No? All right. So I'm seeing, yes, Dr. Honorable Fraser?
Chair, even after this, I strongly believe that we will need to give them a few months to settle before we invite them.
Okay. All right. That's fine. I can see that the committee unanimously agrees that we should not proceed with the hearing today. But we want to thank you for coming through, because this is the second time that they are coming through. And just understand that we do support you, but unfortunately we needed the MM here to account to us. We want to wish you well in turning things around in your municipality. Just continue to know that the Cogta Portfolio Committee will provide whatever support and oversight that is required from our side. Honourable members, the meeting is adjourned. If you could join us for a picture though, we would appreciate that. We'd like to log that you were here with us today.
My
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
you.